Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Watch as our dog groomers give dog haircuts, perform dog nail trimming, dog bathing, and brush dogs' teeth in our pet spa. Hang out with us as we work, join the chat, and watch as we groom dogs all day. I am starting my day today with Doulce. She is a Havanese, and she is going to get about half of her coat taken off today. We also have Mignon, her sister here. Kat will be grooming Mignon, but I'll show Mignon to you after she's finished so you guys can say hi to her because I know she's a fan favorite. So we're going to go ahead and get her into the tub and get busy. This dog by nature is vocal in her bathing, sometimes her drying, and especially her nail clipping. She definitely tells me all about it, don't you? Yes. Oh, you're gonna get started already? Okay. Yeah. You gonna start talking? You gotta get over here, ma'am. There we go. I gotta get a new harness in here because Lola chewed this one up yesterday. Gotta let the water warm up. Yes, we do. You pretty girl. Yes, you're a pretty girl. Yes, you are. Oh, the very pretty puppy. All right, here we go. I know it, baby. She's a poor, poor doggy. She's a poor, poor, poor doggy. Huge, I know, Mama. Just terribles, huh? So Kat's first appointment canceled this morning, so that's why we're splitting these two up. So she doesn't have to stand around for an hour and a half twiddling her thumbs and not making money, because groomers work commission. And she's done mignon before. She does a beautiful job on mignon. She comes out so pretty. Good girl. You're fine. So tonight I have an errand to run. So I'm going to try to do the bow making throughout the day. And so is Kat, so I don't have to do it tonight. If I don't get it done tonight, I'll do it first thing in the morning before I open. Just start my video early. I think I have my first dog for 8 or 9, so I'll have time. Just for a heads up on that. We'll get it done one way or another. Sure is nice having everything made ahead. Saves time, stress. You're fine. So to get top and bottom teeth, usually they're licking, so their mouth is opening and closing. So I just angle down, angle up, angle down, angle up while they're doing that licking action. It gives me easy access to the back teeth. Some dogs will let me stretch their lip back like this and get in there like she is. Others, I turn the toothbrush up sideways, then flip it around, and I can do it with their lips closed and just hold their muzzle. So either way it works. One way or the other it works. Good girl. I know it. Go. All right, you go over here and dry yourself off and be a good girl, and I'll be right back for you. You probably did. I found an extra one.
I think when you were dematting Amy's tail baby, it was on.
Yeah. Where to stick it? There's one here. I think I put it over here. Yeah. I was wondering why I had an extra one on my table all of a sudden. And here's an extra one for my tub to make up for the one Lola chewed up. Speaking of Lola, I was thinking about how smart she is. So her mom brought her her favorite toy to play ball with. But the last 2 times Lola's been here, she's had the squeaky ball. So even though Lola had her favorite toy, which she was playing fetch with, her squeaky ball was what she was looking for because that's what she's supposed to play fetch with here. And that is so smart. I mean, that was a month ago. And she stopped playing ball to look for the proper ball. That's smart. Poodles are amazing. Isn't it nice you can hear me and I'm not even in that room? I can talk to you as I walk around. Come on, boo. Let's go get you dry. All right, here we come. Here we go. This new camera with the phone upgrade is incredible. Even though it's more zoomed, the detail, like, oh my gosh, I like it so much. There we go. Stay right there. Seriously. My good girl. Yes, she's my good girl. So proud of you, Dulce. Yes, I am. I'm so proud of my girl. You being so good today. Yes, you are. Good girl. Another day, another dog doesn't want its nails done. Good girl. Good girl. You're just fine. You're fine. Good girl. Good girl. Good. See, you're just fine. Let's get those dew claws. No, we're going to get your dew claws. Like it or not. I didn't ask, I'm telling you. We're going to do your dew claws. Yes, we are. We're going to do it. No. Now we're going to check and see if they're still sharp. Yes, we are. We're going to see if they're sharp. No. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just checking them. You can't go home with sharp toenails. Sorry. Let me see. Behave. Let me see this one. No. All right, those are good. Goofy girl. You're a goofy girl. Yes, you are. girl. Silly puppy. Yes, you're a silly puppy. So when clients say they want their dog as short as you can get them, that doesn't always mean shaved. So a lot of times we have to read our client, read what they mean between the lines, ask a few key questions without, you know, being too pushy. And, like he wanted these girls as short as they could go. He did follow it up with within reason. And so, like I said, they get done every 3 weeks on a bath, every 6 weeks on a haircut. They used to get a haircut every 3 weeks, and he's trying to spread it out and find what's comfortable. So the first time he said he wanted to go 6 weeks, I took him a little on the short side. And then when they came back in, he's like, that was way too short. Don't want it that short. And that was 6 weeks ago. Or no. Yeah, that was 6 weeks ago. So you can see how much they've grown out, which is a 3/4 of an inch. And so now he's asked for them to go back short because when they first made the decision to switch from haircuts every 3 weeks to every 6 weeks, they were short and they thought they could handle it. Now that they've grown out, they're like, not so sure. So now we're back to short again. So I'm going to do them the same way we did them before that was too short to be in balance with what they want, if that makes sense. So I'm going to use a 1/2 inch comb, which on her coat texture will leave about 3/4 of an inch of hair over a 30 blade. And a lot of times if you go to a groomer and you say, I want it as short as you can get it, it's going to come back shaved bald. So you got to give the length that you want, not a general phrase, because it can be interpreted many ways. And you got to listen to what a client says every time and remember or make notes of that so that you can compare notes as you go. Because it oftentimes goes back and forth till they find the right length that's easy for them to manage and fits within their budget. So she's going to have a temper tantrum again when I go to trim the pads of her feet, more likely than not. She just doesn't like her feet done. Some things you can train a dog out of, other things you just manage. And some things take years. literally years to work out between the groomer and the dog. So my next dog coming in is a little rescue long-haired Chihuahua. I believe her name is Glenda. So when I first started grooming Glenda, she had no hair, and it didn't look like she was ever going to get any hair. So I told her a bath price for her trim because it was just a light little trim around the feet. Well, that dog's coat has blossomed, and if she wants any more than around the feet, she's going to have to be a full price. Like pants trimmed, underline trimmed, all that, because it's different than it was when I started with her. And not that much time has passed, but I guess maybe she was really unhealthy or she had been shaved before I started doing her and the coat was growing back wonky. And then, but not anymore, all that good care and good diet has that dog's coat blossoming. So you might say, well, what's the difference in time? If I have a dog with hardly any hair that I just have to snip a few hairs around the toes, that's one thing. If I have a dog with a thick undercoat, needs carding, needs extra blow drying, needs underline trimming, pants trimming, that's a whole different amount of time. Good girl. Speaking of time, in a little while, if I get a break, I'm going to share with you another groomers in the industry's experience that happened to them yesterday concerning grooming time. I don't know when I'll have time to share it, but it'll be at some point. And after yesterday with the senior dogs that we had, especially when they're blind and deaf and matted, of course, we really didn't have any badly matted ones yesterday, but still, the concept of what I'm going to share with you will come across pretty good. All right. I'm going to do her cheeks. That's going to be too short, isn't it? Well, let's give it a go and see. So basically what they're looking to get to is going 3 weeks between grooms without brushing. Or 3 weeks between baths without brushing is the goal with these two dogs. Without matting. Which is possible. But you really should pay attention to at least the mustache, the ears, and the tail. And the reason why it's possible is they're coming in and getting a proper bath and blow dry, a proper comb out. I think it's pushing it a hair. My dogs I do every 2 weeks on the bath at the latest. But 3 weeks is not unheard of, and sometimes my dogs do end up going 3 weeks and they're fine and they're not matted. But I do need to brush out the stickies on the ears, check under the tail, they get their teeth brushed daily, all that stuff. So they're up on the table every day and I'm checking them. But you can only get away with that if there's a proper bath and blow dry. She's being good on her feet. Look at her. Doulce. Doulce, you did it. Look at you. Oh, I'm so proud of you. You deserve a big treat when you go home. Let me do this one. Look at her, guys. I am so proud of you. We can get to doing this on your toenails. We are going to be home free. Good girl. There we go. Good girl. I'm so proud of you. Yes, I am. I'm so proud of my Doulce. Yes. What a good girl. What a good girl you are. Yes. Sweet puppy. Yeah, I'm very, very proud of that puppy. Very, very proud. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's get your feetsies trimmed. Oh, stop. It's not a nail trimmer. It's scissors. Goofy girl. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that in your ear. Good girl. So I have 2 clippers need replacing. And trying to decide which one to do first. My Artero Spectra needs replacing. And my Kenchi Flash 5 needs replacing. And that's several $100s worth of clippers. So I'm like, which one to do first? And it's going to have to be the Kenchi Flash 5. Because I love their snap-on combs. And I have snap-on combs for my what's it called? My Heinegger clipper. But I like the Kenchi Flash 5 better on snap-on combs. So that one's going to be first, and then I'll do the Spectra in a month or so. Because I have the Schernbau to use in place of the Spectra, but I have the Heinegger to use in place of the Kenchi Flash 5. I've always got backups, but I also have my favorites. And then I'm replacing the others before they're all the way gone. And then they get transferred to the house and used on my dogs at home before they go completely. Good girl. I'll be right back. Dang it. I almost had it. No, ma'am. All right, let's try it this way. I know, okay? I know, there's things you don't like. Don't turn me this way. Don't hold me that way. Don't do my nails. I got it. There we go. So the other day when I brushed out Trinket and gave that little brushing lesson, I've created that into a shorter version video. I think it's like 15 minutes long. And I'll put that out on Sunday on this channel. Anything geared towards my pet parents is on this channel. Anything instructional is going to be on the Grooming Safer channel. I've been so busy with the holidays, I've kind of backed off on uploads, but I have a lot of my older videos that I'll be uploading periodically to Grooming Safer on the how-tos. This channel is just for my grooming salon and my pet parents, and anything that's beneficial for them to either watch their pets, how-tos on maintaining their pets, and style option videos will all be here, and all the live streams. The live streams are not meant to be instructional unless it's specifically for my pet parents to maintain their dogs at home. That being said, groomers who are looking to pick up tips and tricks can learn just by watching. Here you go, good girl. Turn. Good girl. I learned a trick I've been trying lately on these mustaches. I've been watching a few Asian videos, and I've been noticing that the Asians are doing this and this with a point down the middle and then flattening out the point, and it's getting both sides of your mustache even right away. I'm like, oh, ancient Chinese secret. Pretty smart. You can always learn something. Never stop. When I first started seeing them doing that, they were like doing this exaggerated, like cutting from a dog with a long beard, and they were bringing it down to a sharp point. And I'm like, what are they doing that for? That's kind of weird. And then I watch them pull it together, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. See, I like watching dog grooming videos too. After grooming dogs all day, I go home, lay in my bed, and watch dog grooming videos. Call me crazy. Right? Call me crazy, huh? I guess that means I love what I do. All right, pretty girl. Let's go get your finishing touches. Last night, I told you guys that I was going to wait to put something on my last two dogs to make sure she wanted Christmas or Hanukkah. The way her face lit up when I gave her the option, and she did want Hanukkah, I kind of thought maybe. And you should have seen, I've been grooming her dogs for years. I've never seen her that lit up. When she saw the dogs when they came out, she's like, oh, I can't take it. It's the little things, right? All right, you. Let's get you dressed. Hold on. Wait. That's a good girl. All right, there's one cute little Christmas puppy. Hold on. Want her little ponytail to lay down instead of sticking straight up on top of her head. So what I did was I took the end prong of the comb and just pulled one portion of the band backwards right there, and then put a little bit of hair gel on it, so if it dries or when it dries and she shakes it out so that it goes back to being loose again up there, it's still going to lay down, and that way it won't stick straight up. We don't want it to stick straight up, do we? No. By the way, take a look at these eyelashes. Aren't they pretty? I love keeping eyelashes, and I also love trimming the hair on top of the eyelashes so the eyelashes pop and you can see the dog's eyes. All right, we're going to get started on Glenda next. I just got to clean up. And when Mignon's finished, I'll show her to you. Come on, Dulce, say goodbye. Good girl. Be good. No barking. I'm trimming it down, putting a bow on, and not too short on the face, not too long. Maybe about 3/4 of an inch off. No more than that. Or half. Go with half. I'll let you guys watch Glenda while I clean up. baby. Okay. Oh, sweetie. It's okay. It's okay. You're all right. It's okay. I got you. See? hamster's making scary noises out back, isn't it? It's noisy. Good girl. Here we go. Here we go. It's all right. Good girl. So sweet, baby. You lost your cotton ball. You did. Now you need another one. You need another cotton ball. Here you go. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt you. Sitting. Good girl. No. It's okay. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt you. Good girl. I know. Let me see. Gotta brush that front tooth. There we go. There went your other cotton ball. That's okay. I got more. I got more cotton balls. Oh, thank you for those kisses. Thank you, Miss Glenda. Good girl. There went your cotton ball again. But we're almost done. We're done with your head, so that's fine. Good girl. So you have to remember with these little dogs with big ears that don't grow hair inside their ears, that the sound is amplified, all sound, no matter what it is. And, so the sound of the water the feel of the blow dryer with the air going in the ears, all those things tend to bother these little dogs. So when I blow dry her, I'll keep her ears plugged as well, because I don't want to agitate her just from the feel of it or the noise. Come on, Mama. So I do it with Scotties, with dogs like the long-haired Chihuahua, anything with the really big upright ears and no hair in their ears, because it's different for them. So what I use for dogs like this is the cotton rounds, and for dogs as little as her, I break it in half, break it in half again, then the pieces should fit. I forgot I had that music on. I apologize for that. I try to turn it off if I'm talking. It's so annoying. Hey, Kat, when she's finished, can you bring her to me? Come here, you. Thank you. So here's Doulce, all finished up. So as you can see, Kat does a beautiful job. She looks just like, it's Mignon. So Kat does the same exact work as I do. So Doulce and Mignon can get groomed by two different groomers and look exactly the same. Isn't that cool? She's a fantastic groomer. All right. I know everybody wanted to see Mignon, so there's Mignon. Say goodbye, Mignon. Go ahead and text their owner. He's parked outside. Back up. All right, you girls stay. Stay. He likes to take Doulce first. It's okay. You don't want to hurt your puppy. It's okay, Glenda. It's okay. can you hold her while I take in Mitsy? Here we go. All right, Miss Glenda, let's get you finished. Up next is Mitsy the Yorkie. My favoriteest little Yorkie, next to my own, of course. It's a sweet girl. It's a good girl. I know, you're fine. It's a sweet baby. This is a breed of dog I would have wanted to own. There's a couple that I've never owned as far as breeds go that I really wanted. And the long-haired Chihuahua, they're so smart and so adorable. They're one of the perfect little dogs. But I've made up my mind if I were ever to get another dog, which the ones I have will last me another 8-10 years. But if I ever were to get another one, it'd be another Yorkie. I'm totally smitten with Yorkies. But it would have to be a certain type. I have a type that I like, which is Gidget's type or Mitsy's type. And I wouldn't settle for anything less. I like the itty bitty ones with the baby doll faces and really cute little perky ears. Basically too small to show, too small to breed. But healthy, like Gidget and Mitsy are. Basically, I'm just trying to bring her ear hair into balance with her face, because I think when she was rescued, she was shaved, but her ears were left long. So last time we tidied them a bit, but didn't want to go too short to bring them into balance, waiting for the hair on the body to catch up. Now that the hair on the body's catching up, I was able to take them in just a bit more. And now I'm going to use the pumice stone and get this really soft, light, fluffy stuff that's ready to come out off the front of the legs. So I'll bring you in close so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. There's hair that is in the exogen phase or telogen phase that's just sitting on these dogs. So I just did this side, so it's nice and dark there. This side, you can see this light fluffy stuff right there that's sitting on top. This. The pumice stone used like a comb takes that right away. So let's turn her so you can see right there. And it's okay. You can see it's taking the hair and just combing it right off. It's all right. Now she's got some of that here on the front of this leg. Just going to comb it right off with the pumice. See all that? I know. So it's only the really light colored, really soft stuff on these legs that I'm going after. I know, it's terrible. You can do this on Papillons, long-haired Chihuahuas, any of these little dogs with the hair on the body that's a little longer that goes into the shorter hair, and they shed, and you see the little light-colored tufts. You can also go over the outer coat. Because she's growing back from a shave down, I don't think she really has any undercoat to get out, so to speak, that would come out with like a rake, but it comes out with the stone. Because once they're shaved, the whole coat texture is more deeply rooted, and it it's silkier on this type of dog, if they grow back at all, which I didn't think she was going to, but she did. So it alters the coat texture for sure, at least for a while. Within, I would say, a year and a half, 2 years, she should be going back to her normal coat as it grows out. But this got out quite a bit. All right, Miss Glenda, are you getting agitated with me? She said, enough, old lady. I'm tired of this. Let's go get your collar. All right. Here we go. Miss Glenda's all ready for Christmas. Isn't she pretty? I'll let you guys watch her while I get her owners texted. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry iGroom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. We have a large monitor that can be seen right from the front desk, where you can see each workstation, giving you peace of mind with our complete transparency. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. We have a kennel-free room for pets who prefer the comforts of home. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath. We also have an electric lift tub for the bigger dogs, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area, along with the professional bathers station. We have a well-stocked room with supplies for creating cute bows and bandanas in-house, and a comfortable break room for our employees. Schedule a makeover for your pets today. I'm gonna go put on some coffee and then we will start Mitsy. There's Miss Mitsy. It's my baby. Alright, time to put Miss Mitsy in the tub. Alright, see if your water's warmed up. It is, it is. That's a good baby. Yeah, it's a good girl. It's okay. That's my sweet baby. Good girl. She's a sweet puppy. Yes, you are. That's a good girl. I gotcha. You're all right. Good girl, you're fine. There we go. That was a good baby. Yeah, that's a good baby. Come on. I'll be right back for you. If you use these little poinsettia bows, it's a good idea because they're stacked paper craft and they tend to fall off. Just dab in a few little dots.
Keep it together.
Yeah, otherwise they fall off. This is Mitzi's bow today. Ain't pretty? All right, Miss Mitzi, let's go. Let's go, Miss Mitzi. That's a good girl. You're fine. That's a good baby. I gotcha. I know. I gotcha. I gotcha. Almost done. Just a couple more. Just a couple more, Miss Missy. Yes, I know it's hard on the baby, huh? Almost done. Almost done. I know it. Oh, such a poor puppy. Just a little more. She said, nope, not just a little more. Let's do it backwards, see if that works. Nope, it's not going to work. Okay. I know. There. Oh, do okay. Do You're okay. So you got to get your nails filed. Yes, you do. See, it's just fine. Good girl. Let's do the back ones. Come here. That's a good girl. Alright, we gotta do your dew claws. I know it. But we gotta do it. Yes, we gotta do it. It's okay. It's okay, Miss Mitsy. That's a good girl. Oh, it doesn't hurt. It's okay. Let me do it. Miss Mitsy. It's okay. Let me trim the nail. There. Now we gotta file those two. We're almost done with the bad thing. Yes, the nails are the bad thing, aren't they? Hmm? See, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. You don't want it to be sharp, do you? She says, yes, actually I do. I would prefer it to be sharp, thank you very much. There. How's that? There you go. Good girl. Good girl, Miss Mitsy. Yeah. Oh, you're so silly. You're such a silly little person. So silly little person. Yes, you are. Such a silly little person. Yeah. Yes, you are. Good girl. Good girl. Yes, my good baby. That's a good baby. Tomorrow morning we're supposed to have a show Yorkie scheduled to come in. A 5-month-old puppy. I believe that will be our first dog of the day. Maybe the second tomorrow. I'm not normally open on Saturdays, just for the next couple of weeks. Up till Christmas. I'll also be working the Sunday before Christmas. Good girl. It's okay. I think I got Simba, the Pomeranian, coming up next. If I remember correctly. Good girl. That's a good baby. It's a good baby. Mitsy is such a gentle, quiet little dog. So sweet. And Mr. Simba is here. And Mitsy is finished. So, I'm going to let Miss Mitzi's mom know she's ready. Say goodbye, Mitsy. Merry Christmas. while Kat's finishing up her prior dog, I am going to work on the puppy a little bit to get some of the knots out of the legs. And then I'll switch over to Simba the Pomeranian. Come here, puppy. It's okay. So I want to start by saying that there's no better way to make a puppy hate grooming than to bring it in matted. Whether you shave it or save it, it doesn't matter. It's okay, puppy. Find the scissors I want to use. So just like we did with the casted tail yesterday, she's got pretty casted legs on some of it. So I'm going to splice it. It'll lose hair here, it'll look choppy, but we may be able to save some hair by doing this. We're going to chop out the ones on the inside of the legs for sure. So in through here, we'll just chop out all this. It's okay, puppy. It's a good girl. You can hear how tight these are by the way the scissors are chunking through it. Don't try splicing mats at home, kids. So it feels like she's been getting brushed good all through here, and it's been getting forgotten on the legs. Yeah, it's a good girl. girl, you're all right. Stay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, baby. You're being a very good girl. All right. It's pretty close. Hand you back off to Cat. All right, Cat, she's ready for you. I got a good start on it. Where'd you go? There you are. I got a good start on it. All right. Get this cleaned up and get Simba in the tub. I promised Simba's mom I'd be on time today. So I better get a move on it. So for everybody out there planning on getting Christmas puppies, number one, buy the best tools you can to maintain your puppy at home with bathing, brushing, combing, and all that. Number two, watch our Training Your Dog for Grooming video on this channel to learn how to teach your puppy to be groomed. Number three, plan on having your puppy groomed every 4 weeks from the time you get it, at least until it's a year old. You might be able to spread it out after that, but that first year we're training that puppy and we're keeping that puppy from getting matted, and it's just so important. So, you know, unless you're doing everything at home and you already know how, plan on every 4 weeks. Super important. All right, to the tub. She's a really good girl. Sorry about that. All right, let's see here. That's too close. You hear Milo barking in the background. He's ready to go home. He's just waiting on his mom. Simba, come on, my man. Here's Mr. Fluffmeister. If Greta is still watching, being you know people out in the show world and breeders, Simba's people are going to be looking for another Pomeranian. So if you know anybody, can you send me their information? They'll be here soon, Milo. Maybe that's them now. It is Milo. They're here. That's a good boy. Wait. You gotta get your teeth brushed. It's not time to get out yet. Then you gotta get rinsed and everything. Come here. Okay, it's a good boy. Come here. Good boy. I know it, she gets done. About an hour and a half. Huh? Her 8th birthday. That means it's been 8 years since my very first video I ever did.
Oh yeah. Well, and just was asking if you can send the link for.
I will see if I can capture it on screen. It's on my Google, like the Google pages. And that's the only one I have is on the Google's pages. And I didn't even know I had that when I came across it a couple months ago, and I told him about it. So I'll see if I can find that for her birthday. Yeah, I'll send it to him. He thought she was going to be terrible to work on. He's like, she's going to be bad. And I'm like, no, she's not. And then I videoed it to show him how good she was. And he's like, and that was the very first one. She's the one that started it all. Good boy. Come on. Up we go. Go in here. Dry yourself off. They getting kind of a fusion look.
No, it just the typical animal teddy bear look. She showed a couple of pictures from the website gallery.
What about the ears?
I'm gonna leave them because he showed me 2 pictures that had dogs with tipped ears in them, but then said her ears don't stand up, and his wife.
They probably would.
He says his wife likes the ears long, but she doesn't like them too short. So I'm like, well,
I would, yeah, leave them.
I'm not gonna cross the wife, so
Yeah.
I'll let her come and tell me.
I guarantee if they were clipped though, nice and short, and a little bit like 3/4 down instead of the normal tipping.
I was saying that they might stand up more once the weight was off, because they do. But
They will.
He says he's never seen them up, and she likes them long.
Okay. Well, then long it is.
So we'll just leave
It's like Kang and Greer last night. They've always had long ears.
Yeah.
Make a note of that on her file in case they ever book with me. I may zip them off. All right, boo. Let's go. good boy. He's a good boy. I know I love you. Come on. So the entire second half of that process was done with cold air. I like to do the comb through with the air on because it sets apart in the hair for me and lets me do it layer by layer. It also lets me see while I'm combing if I missed any areas and helps to dry it out that much more because I like for them to be pretty much bone dry all over before they go home. If you heard him cough while I was doing that, it's because he has a collapsing trachea. It's nothing contagious. One of my dogs has it as well. Very common in Pomeranians, Chihuahuas, Yorkies, Maltese, poodles. Good boy. So because it's Katie's birthday, we're gonna find that little video and include it in this one to do a then and now from her first haircut to now. And then also I have a dog coming in a bit who gets shaved on his legs and his body. And I'm gonna have a little rant about not him, but about the process of shaving and what customers think about it. Just saying. Because I read something last night that is just like the bane of every groomer's existence. The thing that is so frustrating. And I want to share it. It didn't happen to me, it happened to another groomer, but it happens to all of us everywhere at some point. It's also educational so that people can have a better understanding. So basically, what I want to point out here today. So I've been live streaming again nearly every work day for the last 30 something days. And you can see one dog to the next, to the next, to the next, how much time they take and what causes us to take extra time and what fits in the normal appointment time, so on. So like even just today, if you go back and count the time, so I basically charge most of my small dog clients for 1 hour. Some take 45 minutes, some take an hour and a half, some take 2 hours, but I basically for the most part charge kind of a balanced out of an hour of time per dog. And so of the time that they're physically on the table, not here, right? We need them here a little bit before and a little bit after to make our whole schedule fluctuate, just like any other business, doctors, dentists, so on. But you can see, like if you go back and you time the groom on Glenda, how long it took. And I hardly cut any hair. You time the groom on him, and I'm hardly cutting any hair. And then say when Katie comes up, time the groom on her. And, you know, the other dogs, like go and look at how much time it took. And then watch me do the shave down. And watch how much time it takes. Now, he's in excellent condition. He's never matted. He's usually only grown out about this much. And yet, still, you'll see him take the amount of time that he's being charged for. And then I'm going to read you, before I start on him, what happened to this groomer and the review that she got as a result. And again, it's just to help people understand that when groomers shave a dog, sometimes that's what people want. Sometimes it's what they need. Sometimes the dogs are matted, but it's never, ever us taking the easy way out. Ever. And when I read that to you, it'll be after Katie. When I read it to you, keep in mind the senior dogs that I did yesterday. So the 2 dogs in question are blind, deaf, and were matted solid. And when you hear what the pet parent had to say, and they had permission to shave them, and when you hear what the pet parent said in the review, it's like, seriously? Just seriously? All right, Simba, we're on time. Yippee-yi-yay. And his ride is here. Let's go get his bandana. Be right with you. There's our Christmas Pomeranian. Say goodbye, guys. So before I start Katie, I'm going to show you this video of her as a puppy, and then you'll get to see her all grown up. This video was 8 years ago at my last location. Let's get you here. And here. Oh, nope, not there. Here. And here. See if I can get some sound. I don't know if it'll pick up the sound or not. She was so cute. That was Katie. Wasn't she adorable? And now she just is turning 8 years old. And that was the very first video I ever did at the shop. Ever. Very first one. That's what gave me the idea to start videoing. But I didn't actually start live streaming until 2020. But that was my first video I recorded of a dog getting groomed. Eight years ago. Hi. Need a signature? Thank you. You too. All right, Miss Katie. All right, Katie. Come on. That's a good girl. All right, here's Katie. Katie says, I still love to be groomed. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Happy birthday, Katie. All right. Let's get you pretty. Do you still love to be groomed? Hey. Do you? Do you still love Miss Suzanne? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. She says I'm happier when I'm in my bed. She's like, I'm older and wiser now. No, right, Katie? Okay. And her dad faithfully brings her once a month. And not only that, he gets his grooming dates before he plans his vacations. He plans his entire year around her grooming. There's nothing he does that falls within her grooming time. Like ever. So sweet. He's like, I need her schedule so I can plan my vacation next year. Every year he says that. He's never canceled, never no-showed, not once. A good client. Yes, your daddy's good. bath time. Come on. Because if you start from that point,
like it makes the point and then takes it off.
Yeah, I'll find you some of the videos and send them to you. I've been watching some videos from Japan, a grooming school over there, and it's pretty cool. Yeah. Because Asian fusion grooming seems to be taking a little turn. Yeah. And so I've been studying how they're doing it so I can start mimicking it. Yeah. All right, Miss Katie. It's okay. All right, here we go. That's a good girl. So she's the same age as my BB. Yeah, it's your BB's age. I groom a lot of dogs that are BB's age. We had a whole crew of puppies at that time coming in. Good girl. Good girl. All right, let's go. Good girl. All right, Katie.
Oh, what you talking about? Huh? Does you want to get dry? I know it. Come on. That's a cookie. Do you feel better now? Does you feel better now? Yeah, y'all woke up? Did you wake up? Yeah? Here we go. That's better. Yes. That's better, Miss Katie. That's a good girl. Wait. You gotta wait. Yes, you do. Oh, she's a good baby. Yes, she's a good baby. Really? You're gonna start having issues too? All my clippers are sounding wonky. That's not good. Not good at all. You can't have all your clippers want to die at Christmas time. Like seriously. It's got a full charge too. That's the way it usually happens though. You'll have 2 or 3 things go down on you all at the same time. You got backups, but they're all gone. And then you got busy shipping season, so you can't get anything. So I better do it soon. Get something in here. So earlier in the chat, I brought up a thing about extra long initial appointments in the beginning with the client when they're giving you instructions, and it takes, you know, a lot longer than expected. And then the dog being young, which requires potentially more time than expected. And then the dog being matted, which takes more time than being expected. So if the intake is 40 minutes or 20 minutes and the demat is 20 minutes and potentially the puppy being a puppy is another 20 minutes in addition to the groom time, that's where it becomes tense, because you're potentially looking, not definitely, but potentially looking at an extra hour on the groom in addition to the groom time. So, you know, that's where, you know, we can handle the extra long intake on a not matted dog. You can handle the mats on a dog that has a quick intake. Or you can handle the puppy with the extra time if the intake is in a reasonable amount of time and it's not matted. But when you have all three together, that's when it's like, ugh. So that's what I was talking about. That is hard, right? Hard on the schedule. So there's a number of things you can do as a pet parent to improve drop-off time so that your dog gets the best possible service, because every second we spend talking is a second we're not working on your dog, not somebody else's dog. Unless you show up early, then you're taking away from somebody else's time and not yours. But it still backs up into yours. So, things that you can do to improve that situation. Number one, you can text us the images before you get here of what you want done. You can also text us the instructions or just have them written down. Texting is best, especially like if you are responding back to the notification that you got on the appointment. Say, your appointment is scheduled for such and such a date at such and such a time. And then 2 days before, you get a reminder, your appointment is coming. That number, for our business, you can go ahead and send your pictures. Just text them to us if you're able. And the way to do that is to like screenshot, like say if you're looking at our website, if you know how to screenshot, you can screenshot the image and then text it to us through that number. And what the great thing about that is that image stays in our system if you text it back to that number. We have 2 other text numbers as well, but that number, it's traceable through our appointment system by your name. So like the other day when I was grooming Trinket, the image that I brought up and showed you, she sent me last groom, but I still had it this groom, so I still had it for reference, right? Which is great because a picture is worth 1,000 words. So,
you know, text us your pictures, because so many times we're in the waiting room and we're just putting the finishing touches on the dog ahead before you show up, which isn't your fault. It's just the way it goes. So we're trying to finish that dog up, and when you come in, you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling to find the image that you want to show us. And then you just show us real quick and take your picture with you. And then we're like, were the ears short on that, or were they long? And we're trying to remember because we had a glance, you know. So if we have a picture on file, we can refer back, just like I did while I was grooming Trinket. Even though I showed you guys the picture, I'm like, oh, what were those ears? Were they the same length as the beard? Were they a little shorter than the beard? Were they puffy? Were they rounded in? And I could go back and view it. So if you could find your pictures, say a day or two before the groom or even the morning of the groom, text them to us. We've got them. And while we're grooming the dog, we can look back at them. That is so helpful. And even now when clients show me a picture up front, I say, can you text that to us? And that way we have it. And that's just so helpful. And then if you have specifications, write them down. And preferably text them to us. That way we have them. And we can refer back. Because when you're just telling us 10 things in the waiting room, and especially like if you're telling us you want this long and this long and this long, and we're rubbing our hands over your dog feeling big casted mats, our face is probably saying, like, you want what? You know? So, anyway, just send us the information, text it ahead, and that way we have it. And that's very helpful. And then say if multiple family members haven't fully decided or agreed upon what they want done, do that ahead. Sit the family members down. Husband wants long, wife wants short, wife brushes the dog, husband doesn't. You know, work that out before you get here. That helps a ton. Also, what helps a ton is making sure your dog is brushed and combed before the appointment. That's not part of the appointment unless the dog comes every 3 or 4 weeks, or, you know, but if the dog's not a regular client, if it's your first appointment, if your dog has a lot of hair, you know, you're going to want to make sure that that dog's not matted. So you sit down and you brush and comb it out. If you don't know how, then we'll help you figure it out. But, you know, it's all a learning curve for sure. And if puppies are going through a change of coat, it's hard. It's nearly impossible. You know, sometimes people try to grow them out and then realize that was a mistake. So, hi Leo, come here. Hello. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Say hi, everybody. I'm Leo. Bye, Leo. Leo is the sweetest, happiest dog in the world. We've got a little video of him on our Facebook page and our Instagram. He's so cute. He's one of Kat's clients. He followed her here. So those are just some tips to make your whole grooming experience better for you, the dog, and the groomer. And that puppy was perfect, perfectly behaved. So that was a blessing. That really helped. Great little dog.
And she probably is right going through a change of coat. And that probably is. I mean, those mats can happen one bath. Like if she were washed for Thanksgiving because she had to wait to get in here. One bath. And especially when they're going through a change of coat can do that instantly. So it's not like she wasn't kept up with. It just takes one time. Or if you go out of town for Thanksgiving and you leave the dog with a pet sitter, and the pet sitter washes the dog and doesn't brush it, or whatever. I mean, any number of things can cause a dog to mat up like super fast. We know that. And sometimes you're at a loss, like, what do I do? It's like, oh no. And her dad is here. Let's see. How much longer? I'll tell him.
A couple minutes, just trying to finish your face up.
Okay. Yes, you're my baby. Yes, you're my baby, Katie. Yes, you are. Katie's my baby. Yeah. I love my Katie. Yes, you do. Yes, you do love my Katie. So Katie must have been a Christmas puppy. Yeah, were you a Christmas present? Was you a Christmas present for your daddy? I remember his daughter got, or his kids got Katie for him. You go let him know, it'll be a minute. Hi, she's just putting the finishing touches on. It'll be a few minutes. Okay, Coco, the miniature poodle's next, the female one. And I was going to put bows on her, but her skin's bothering her a little bit this week. So we're going to skip the bows and just do the neck collar. But she'll be back in before Christmas, so maybe we can do her bows then. She's another one. She comes every 3 weeks. Simba the Pomeranian comes every 3 weeks. This one comes every 4 weeks. And then the shave down I have coming in comes in about every 7, 8 weeks. Which is really smart. If you're going to go that long between grooms, get them cut short. If, you know, you don't, if you want more of a wash and wear trim, you don't want a lot of brushing. Boop. Let's get your collar. Come on. Let's see, are you an 11 inch or a 12 inch? I'm going to say you're 11. You're not a very big girl. No, you're not. Yep, you are an 11 inch. Aren't you? She's got a cowlick thing going on her side, and I can't balance it out. See that? Right there. It's like, if I clip it, I'd have to shave it to get it, and then it would still not look good. Look at that. Right there. It's like, what is this? The hair is going zoop, straight up. It's going down, up, and over. Like, why? What is that? The things we have to deal with. The things we have to deal with, huh? Yeah. Cute little Katie. Cute little Katie. So something like that you can't fix. It's just not gonna happen. Alright, come on. I'll let you guys watch her. Whoops, hold on. I see something I don't like. Hold on. That's better, I think. You guys can watch her while I get cleaned up.
So Coco had a medicated shampoo. She's been soaking for 10 minutes. Now it's time to rinse.
While you guys were watching Katie, I got some laundry done. Got some messaging done between me and clients. Good girl. Stay there, I'll be right back. Clean this out. Ready for the next dog. Disinfect this. Disinfect this.
That's a good girl. I got it, cat. Here, you go in here for a minute. I'll be back. I'll be back. Bye.
Hey, Susan.
Be right with you. Come on, Clipper. I don't think this clipper's gonna last the week. Ugh.
Seriously, clippers? Ugh. Good girl. My next dog wants to pick up as fast as possible. And the dog is a shave down, so I'm going to go as fast as I can on him. Because they have something they need to do. Proposed that he would be finished at 3:30 and he looked at me like, you're serious, right? And when I start him, he routinely will let out a high-pitched scream when I'm clippering his lower legs especially. Just out of the blue. It's like, be going along fine, then all of a sudden he screams. Just giving you a heads up on that because that's his pattern of behavior and has been for years. And nothing is wrong with him. He's fine. But if you're on that side of the screen, you'd be like, did she just hurt him? It's like, no, that's just Marlo. It's what he does. And now that I said something, watch him not do it at all. Usually he'll just do it once or twice during a groom. I try to be real careful and keep him from doing it, but it is what it is. Stand. Good girl. Stay. I like when people tell me they'll be in a hurry, though, because I can do my best rather than them just showing back up and not being happy. I can know in advance. Turn. She gets done every 3 weeks, so I take off less than a ½ inch to keep her balanced. Right, Coco Bean? Yeah. You're my Coco Bean.
Yes, you my Coco Bean. Yes, you are. And after Marlo, I'm going to be in a time crunch to get, what's his name? It's not Bandit. Bogart. Because his owner usually waits in the parking lot. And then I'll go ahead and do Peaches, the little maltipoo. And then I'll read you that thing that I was telling you earlier that I would read you, because I'm on too tight of a time crunch to do it anytime between those 3 dogs. Just not gonna happen. So we'll do it during bows or whatever. All right, Coco Bean. Good. She's the best little dog. All right, Coco, say goodbye. All right, it's 2:35 and we're starting a shave down. This is Marlo. He's a schnoodle. So according to common perception, a shave down should take less time than a full groom or a full coated groom of any kind. And I'm hurrying because the pet parent wants him back quick. So I'm going to go as fast as I can. You all right, buddy? You stand? It's a good boy. I don't think he would bite me, but I don't want him biting the clipper. So I pull it back quick. Good boy, you're fine. Nah, you're fine. Go ahead. Have a good night. Aren't you glad I warned you about the screaming? You'd wonder what's happening over here. It's just his pattern. So based on what you're seeing already, tell me, is this any easier than any other groom I do? Marlo, get a grip. You're a goofy guy. Yes, you are. Goofy, goofy guy. Good boy. Up, up, up. Turn, turn. Good boy. All right. You ready for a bath? Oh, you good? You good, Marlo? Oh, he's a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. All right. You know I take good care of you. Yes, you do. You know I take good care of you, you silly goose. You silly goose. Yeah. You're so goofy. Come on, to the tub.
Be right with you. I don't see anybody. Did somebody actually come in? Over here. I don't see anybody up there. Maybe they went back out to get a leash or something. There they are. Hi. Good.
Is she busy or is she gone?
She left for the day.
Okay, sorry it took me a little bit. I was checking out somewhere and the lady acted like it was the first time she'd ever rang anybody out.
Oh no.
Yeah, it took forever.
All right, it's ready for you.
Thank you. Is that with the military?
It
I'm
is.
just gonna do a custard tip and this will turn it on.
Hi, Bubba. Come on. Yes, you're the world's happiest dog. Yes, you are. Come on. Leo. Yes, you're the world's happiest dog. That's okay. I got it. Good boy. I don't think I've ever met a happier dog.
I know, I was gonna say, I bet you can't even go home in a bad mood. I guess unless a dog like actually bites you or something.
I know, exactly.
Because there is just gotta be some. I went to see my brother and I hadn't seen him in a while. He had 4 Frenchies and one big basset hound that's old, ready to go. A huge 400-pound
That's
pig
happiness.
and some ducks. And then he goes, "You'll never be depressed here."
Nope.
I paid. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you 2 weeks from
All right.
tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, Marlo, I'm coming. Good puppers. You should be nice and clean now. Huh. You needed to soak anyway. You were dirty. Good dirty dog. Yeah, it's all gray coming off you. Yeah. And you're a good boy. I know. It's terrible. You're gonna be such a handsome boy with your Santa hat bandana. Cat's last appointment canceled last minute. It was there this morning. This afternoon it's gone. So she went home for the day. Good boy. Her first appointment canceled today, last minute, last night. So that's why I gave her Mignon. It's so hard when you're all booked up and you can't get dogs in, and then everybody cancels. Like, oh my gosh. You know, it takes just as much time to rinse a shaved dog as it does a regular everyday haircut, because the soap tends to cling to the skin and you think it's rinsed and it's not. If you feel over it, it's slimy. And oftentimes it's the shave downs that will be itchy after a groom because you think they're rinsed and they're not. He's itchy anyway. Look at him. So a lot of times you'll see me rinsing a shave down every bit as long as any other dog. Short-haired dogs too. You have to rinse them just as long. Here we go. I had another client. I'll be right back. You go in here, tumble dry for a minute. I'll be back. Hi.
Hey.
Hey, Bogart.
Good buddy.
Come on, big man.
No, he's a big mess.
Plan on about 4:30.
Okay, thank
Is that right? Yeah.
you. Yes, almost left.
Thank you. All right, Bogart. In you go. We'll be back for you shortly. Gotta disinfect this.
Coco Bean, where's your mother? All right, Marlo. Come on. I'll be back.
Good boy. Good. You are so silly. Yes, you are. You're a silly dog. What am I going to do with you, huh? 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 What am I going to do with you? Get over here. No, stop. Stop. Nobody's buying it. Turn. Good boy. Up, up, up. Good boy. No, sir. So most dogs make the screaming noise when they're trying to bite you. That's when they do it. Who are you? Who are you? I think that's Cat's last appointment. Crap. I'll be back.
Da-da-dum. Oh, there's another one. Gotta go. right, this dog's owner's returned. And I don't know if he knows he screams, but he's about to hear it. I think I'm back here killing the dog. I need to hold your head up so I can trim it. Thank you. Jeez. His owner asked me to rush on him. I'm trying. He screams on a good day, though. It's just what he does. Don't you? Nope, you're just a screamer. That's all you are. The nice thing is if a client is in the waiting room and they hear their dog fussing, they can literally, they see a sign up there says we're live streaming and where to find the channel. They can literally just pull it up on their phone and see exactly what's happening rather than sitting up there and letting their mind run wild, you know. Because I wouldn't want to be out front, say at a vet's office, and hear my dog doing that. But his owners, I'm sure, know his personality, but they probably never have had to shave his legs. So they might not know that that's his personality for shaving his legs. But like I said, he's always been that way. Always. Ever since I've known him. Good boy. And what starts dogs acting like that? I don't know. Sometimes they get out of it when they scream at one point or another. So they do that in an attempt to get out of it. It's an evasion technique. But it's never worked with me. So, and I've done them for years. And I just keep on going like, yeah, whatever. You're fine. Because he's not being hurt, like, at all. And his owner just left. I'll probably be right back in. I know they gotta be somewhere. He's back. So the question I asked, even though I had a ton of interruptions while I was trying to do him, at the beginning of the groom, was this groom easier or faster than any other groom that I do? And I'm rushing on him. Hold still. So my next dog is Bogart. His mom is waiting out in the parking lot as well. She usually waits through the whole groom. So we'll get started on him right away. Up. Yes, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You just goofy is all. I'm trying to see if you're even. Are you even enough to call it a day? Hmm? Are you? You goofy guy? Yes, you're a goofy guy. Yes, you are. Goofy, goofy, goofy dog. He's a goofy, goofy, goofy dog. Stay. Let's go get your bandana. Flip this over so I can see if you're even when I get back. Bandana, 13. Are you a 13 or a 12? We'll take them both. Let's see, let's go with the 12. That'll work. Look at at your feet now that you're on clean surface. Turn. You're fine. Silly dog. Yes, you're silly. Making everybody think I'm over here beating you and pulling your toenails. All right, let's look under your tail. I see stuff hanging out back there. Yep, I was right. Okay, more stuff hanging out from your tail. All right, good enough. Good enough. Give me a kiss. Come on. Hurry up. All right. There we go. I'll be back. All right, so I'd say all in all, with the interruptions, he took me an hour, which is what I normally plan for a small dog haircut. So exactly the same. I've got a headache.
Bogart. 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 Where are you? Come on, baby boy. Hello. There's Bogart. So the shave down I did in 1 hour's time. Let's see how long Bogart takes. And that was with the comings and goings. So it was actually 1 hour and 15, but that was because I had to stop and help clients. So how long will Bogart take? Let's see. Just for comparison. And Bogart will snap too. He's a little different from Marlo. And I know what triggers him, and I can usually keep him from doing it. But he does have that tendency. But it's usually if you touch his tail or do certain things. Right, Bubba? Yes, we get along good. So this is more like a short teddy bear trim is what this would be. Behave. And because his mom's waiting, I'm going at the same speed basically. As I did with Marlo. All right, to the tub. Come on, Bubba. Good boy. So I believe it took 3 pumps of shampoo for Marlo. And it looks like it's going to take 3 pumps of shampoo for this dog. No real difference there. Just because they have hair or not have hair doesn't mean that it changes the amount of body that you have to wash, right? Now, if a dog has a lot of hair, then of course it's going to take more product, but you're not trimming all that hair, so you save on the back end of the haircut, even though you spend more product and more time blow drying. You know what I mean? So they all balance out. They're all kind of equal if they're the same size. Good boy, you're fine. And I'm saying all this because there's a point I'm going to make at the end of the day. Good boy. I have one more dog today. That's Peaches, the maltipoo. She's a cutie. Good boy. Got anything back there? Yep. There we go. Okay.
In you go. I'll be right back. All right, Bubba. Come on. Let's go, let's go. Up we go. Good boys. Let's see, what was I just thinking I needed? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'll be back.
So if you hear Bogey coughing, he has a collapsing trachea and other issues. It's not contagious.
Come on, Bubba.
You be good. Yeah, you be good. He's a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Good boy. He's a good boys. I know, it's so exciting. Little Peaches that is up next is matted. Her mom gave me permission to do whatever I felt necessary. So what I'm going to do is the scissor over comb method and see if that will loosen up the mats and keep her some hair since it's cold and, well, it could be cold. It's not cold right now. But, you know, it's winter time and it's almost Christmas, so I'm going to see if I can save some hair. If I can't, I've got permission to shave her. And her mom actually said, well, you can just go ahead and shave her. And I'm like, let me see what I can do. Because she'd be a scrawny little thing under there if she were shaved. So we'll see what we can do without causing her any discomfort. There you go. But she's a sensitive little thing anyway. Like, on a good day, she's sensitive. So you know what? I got a countdown timer in my system here. I could have had that on the screen so we could time. We're gonna do that next time we have like a shave down and another dog back to back, you know, that's kind of similar. We're gonna use the countdown timer and see exactly to the minute. All right, let's see here. Go do your belly. I thought about using that for when I demat dogs so I can actually time on screen how long it takes to get the knots out. That would be helpful. All right, turn around. And it's easy to see if the comb's going through, the dog's brushed out. If the comb's not going through, the dog is not finished being brushed out. So you can't say, well, you're milking the time. It's like, no, if the comb doesn't go, it doesn't go. You know? Come here. That's a good boy.
Each dog definitely has their own little behaviors about getting this done, don't they? They're all so completely different from each other. Me and Bogart, we dance. Back and forth and back and forth. Do dee do dee do dee do. We're doing the two-step. All right, scissors. Scissors. He follows me wherever I go. Goofy guy. Stand. And I really didn't have time to play with Marlo before him. But usually when Marlo's done, we have a big play session. And he gets all happy and kissy, 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 jump around, playing on the table, chasing my hand. But his daddy needed him back quickly, so we didn't have time to play. But he's so cute when he's finished. He's like, woohoo, playtime. Kind of like Lola, the poodle. I know it. You're a good, good puppy. So far I've been working on this dog 45 minutes and he's almost done. So as you can see, the shave down easily took at least the same amount of time as a full groom in a different style that included more blow drying and scissoring. The same amount of products were used, the same amount of rinse time. Basically what it balances out to is the technique is different and the amount of work done in one area as opposed to another is different. So, you know, while I spent less time prepping this one, I spent more time prepping that one. And while I spent less time scissoring this one, I spent more time clippering over the legs on that one and trying to smooth it out. And could behavior have played into that? Sure. But if you go back in time, any of my shave downs, they usually take me longer than this style of trim, which is my most popular style. And Marlo would actually go quicker if I were to scissor his legs because he would be happier and he wouldn't be screaming every time I'd take the clipper down his leg. I don't think he would do it so much with the brushing and combing, and there would be less holding of his legs. So I think he would be happier in a fuller trim, but they absolutely would never want a fuller trim. They like him shaved, which is fine. You know, I'm just using these dogs as a comparison for what I'll be sharing with you later. All right, buddy boy. That's a good boy. He's got hair growing in his mouth. Let's see if we can get that out. Yeah. Good boy. You're fine. If Bogart's mom's watching, you can head on in. One Cute little Christmas puppy. All the hairs out of his mouth. Looks real good. And a happy dog. A happy, happy, happy dog. All right. Go text your mom. Be right back.
Peaches. Time to go. Hi. How you doing? Come on. I got you.
Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. Sorry about that. Hit the wrong button. Alright, so here's Miss Peaches. Gonna see if we can save some hair. Probably not, but we're gonna try. So using the scissor over comb method, I'm gonna start unlocking the mats by scissoring off the top half of them. On some dogs I splice the mats, and some dogs I use scissor over comb. So what's the difference? Typically, spliced mats are when the mats have been bathed in and really set tight. Scissor over comb mats are for when the dog has not been brushed, but it's also not been bathed. So a dog that hasn't been bathed, the way the mat's set in is different. It's where the hair starts to wind around each other about, I don't know, ½ inch out off the coat, typically. That's why I'm able to get the comb underneath it, lift the comb out to a certain spot, and scissor over the top. If these mats have been bathed in, I would have to peel them off like an orange peel if I was going to shave her. Or if they were casted, like on the tail, which her tail is casted some, or the legs, then I could splice it and try to separate it that way, which we did with the baby beaver terrier that's earlier today. So there's different techniques and there's different situations. Some mats have to be shaved. When I felt her, when she came in, I could immediately tell that this method might work. Part of it's because there's a greasy texture to the coat, which isn't bad. It just means that it's got its natural oils in there, and those natural oils also help to save hair. So like, say if she were this matted and they decided to give her a bath the day before the groom, it would have set the mats in super tight, it would have dissipated the oil, it would have caused the mats to felt right down on the skin, just tighten right up. So
sometimes there's things we can do and sometimes there's not. You just have to take our opinion as to what is the best course of action and give us the freedom, like this dog's owner did, to do whatever we deem necessary. If I get into this and she gets uncomfortable with it, then I might just choose to shave. But I think she'll be more comfortable with this than she would shaving. So, because she's a super sensitive little dog. And sensitive dogs don't like overhandling of the legs and feet, which means if she were shaved, it would require overhandling, what I consider overhandling. So the other day when I was making bows, I was like, oh no, she's scheduled with Kat. Oh, I'm going to miss her. And then I was going over my book and I saw she was scheduled for yesterday and for today. So I needed to find out from the pet parent which appointment they wanted to keep and which they wanted to cancel. So when I texted them, I didn't say who they were booked with on either day. Because she's always been with me, I didn't want the pet parent to choose me because one day was with me, or choose, against Kat doing her at all. I didn't want that to happen. So what I did is I said, you have an appointment for this day and for this day, for this time and this time. Which appointment would you prefer? And she wanted this day and this time. But I did not in any way want it, to be taken away from Kat. And we were able to reschedule another one with Kat, so that worked out. I had a number of clients that had double appointments booked that I knew they weren't going to keep one or the other. So I was on the phone the other night, like, okay, you've got December 19th and December 21st. Which one do you want? Okay, you've got December 12th and December 19th. Which one do you want? I spent like 2 hours doing that the other night. So sometimes some of these bigger, thicker ones, depending on where they're at on the dog, the mats, I'll splice them. 2, break them up. So when I use this method, I don't do a pre-bath brush out. My goal for this is for the shampoo, the conditioner, and the high velocity dryer to lift out the mats. And then when I go to brush her out after the bath, my goal is not to brush out the mats. My goal is to get her as fluffy and dry as I can, as quick as I can. And then see what's left of the mats, and then go through it with thinning shears and get the rest.
But you can see I took the shears this way, this way, this way, and then came up through a couple of them this way. So they're basically cut into squares, little tiny squares. So that's what I do when I splice. So here I'm going to splice a couple, come up through, and cut them into squares. Tail, set the whole tailbone between my fingers so I know exactly where it's at. Then I kind of curve it down and bend the tail over my finger here so it's nice and firm. And this one I'm going to go up this way rather than having to cut it this way like I did the dog the other day. Because that dog was casted. This dog she's got a big mat on top of the tailbone. So it's not like the dog the other day, it was all the way around the tailbone, all the way down. So I had to splice it to spread it to see what I could do. This one, this part of her tail is not too bad. It's just a big mat up top. And so if I'm doing this end, I've got the end of the tail under my finger. No mistakes. Just splice it up like that. Now I'm just checking over for anywhere else that I need to do this with. Another reason why I didn't want to shave this dog, she's got extremely thin skin, like very tender thin skin. And dogs with thin skin are the ones who'll nick the easiest. Like if you are going through mats, the blade will push into the mat. The mat will lift up on the blade and pull skin up into it. And that's when you can nick them. Dogs with thick, nice, tight skin, like a lot of your terriers, you know, they've got this heavy duty, like armor-like skin. They're fine. Poodles, they're fine. But cavapoos, super thin skin. Some of the doodles, super thin skin. So it just depends on the individual. She's got thin skin. Kind of lean in her build. It's just nothing about this that would make a good shave down. Some dogs can carry a shave down well because they have cobby little bodies. Other dogs look like little rats. You know what I'm saying? because she's a little greasy, textured, I'm going to use a conditioner first and just work it in on a dry coat. So with this dog, life happened. You know how sometimes life happens? Some clients, it's a pattern of behavior. Other clients, sometimes life happens. So doing this technique should help her come out nice and fluffy, as opposed to frumpy. Her toenails are curled around, they're catching in the grate. I'm gonna go get some nail clippers. It's okay. So earlier today on the puppy, this type of splicing is what I did with the squares. And that's how I got it out. Stay right there. You're all right. It's a good girl. You know what? I should have started the time on this one, because this one we're dematting, one we shaved, and one we did in the short, but not too short. I'm kind of curious as to how long this one will take. I'll have to go back and look. Very, very interesting. Be a nice comparison side by side. So this conditioner is going to be a little heavy for her coat type, but it's a good dematting conditioner, so it should help us.
So it appears already that a lot of them have washed out. All the ones on her thighs have washed out. Most of this is washed out. They just melt away when you use this technique. She was matted all in through here. Look at it. So whenever I tell a client, let me see what I can do, I'll get the permission to shave it and then say, let me see what I can do and see what I can do. I gotta get all the toenails out of the tub and stuff before I spray it down. So she's my last dog. I'll disinfect the tub before I close. We'll just go straight to drying her. So the high velocity dryer is going to do the next phase of the work by blowing from the skin out and lifting and separating the hairs. Normally I wouldn't use one on her because she's so little, I'd just blow dry her, but it's actually going to be a helpful tool in doing this. Remember what you saw on the shoulder here, look how much of it's gone. We've only got pieces left. This whole section was crisscrossed with splitting. She's got some here, but this whole area that I did that, it's pretty well gone. I'm going to zoom you in closer as I use the high velocity dryer so you can see it lift up and out. See if we can get a better view on that.
got a few mats that still look tight, and even though she's wet and I want to get her dry right away, I do want to snip off the tops of a couple of these. Right in here. So I can see them now that she's wet, and it's a good time to do this. So let's get this one. This one. And doing the comb this way, it makes it safe because you're over the comb, which means you're not near skin. As long as you stay on the outside of the comb. And she's got a tight one right here. I'm just going to snip that out. That's going to leave a hole, but that's okay. We don't care. We're not looking for perfection. We're just looking to get her done safely and comfortably. I see some here I can just snip out. You can see mats much better when they're wet. Let's look over some more of this. So we've got these. Splice these and do it quickly so I can get her dry. These I can scissor off. This one out. It's in a sensitive area. Okay. Look up under here. Just cut those out. And here, just cut those out. All right. Let's do it. Actually, I want to cut off the top of these now that they're loosened. It's okay, baby. All right. Now let's see what we can get out with the high velocity dryer. closer, and I want you to see just how tiny some of these mats that I spliced now are. Then we'll be done with this part. Absolutely no brushing has been done yet. And this is why the thinning shear, the scissor over comb then thinning shear method works. Because I've broken these down into pin mats. Pin mats are really tiny mats hanging on by a thread. So as I'm blow drying her, I'm going to pick over her with a brush. I'm not going to try to brush these out, so to speak. But I wanted you to see these before she's fluffed up. And I wanted you to see them with the high velocity dryer so that you can see when I'm using this method what I'm thinning shears to get out. So then I just go 1, 2, 3, slide. 1, 2, 3, 4, slide. And that's how I get what's left. So you'll see me doing that on the coat in various places. But this is what I'm doing, and this is what's left of that mat that you saw before the bath that was solid like that I spliced this way and spliced this way in squares. So I just wanted to give you a really good visual. Pull this back out and get busy. And the whole idea of this is no paint. No harsh brushing, no harsh combing. So the next goal is not the thinning shears, and it is not the comb out. It is scissoring it off again. That's always the next step in this. So I need my shears, wherever they may be. Come on, I know you're right here. All right. We did not use the high velocity dryer under the harness, so I need to run a brush over that. Just a light picking. I'm gonna scissor her just like I normally would, except when I normally scissor, I slide the comb all the way through. This method I do not, unless the comb slides on its own. If it comes up to a certain point and catches, like right there, I'm not gonna brush it out before I scissor it. I'm gonna scissor it right where it is. Because when I do, I can then slide my comb through. Because again, I'm scissoring like right here, it won't go through. I might need to brush some of that, I don't know, let's see. Most times I don't, so now it goes through. It's catching right there. See what I mean? And then when I get all this done, get this whole layer of scissoring done, then I'm going to start combing. Actually, then I'll run over it with the brush one more time. Start combing, and everywhere the comb hits, get out my thinning shears. And do that. So it's a layer by layer by layer process. Sometimes if I know there's mats there, rather than using my comb, I'm just brushing the hair up and scissoring it off. I know some of you be like, but wait, why would you do that when you know that the dog's going to get matted right back up again? That's where I know my clients. This client is typically a very regular client and a very good client. Life happened, right? So this client typically does a great job. And then you might say, but doesn't dematting cause the hair to mat right back up? I've never found that to be true. I know people will argue with me about that, and that's fine. But I've personally groomed well over 150,000 grooms and been doing this a long, long time. And I know what I know from experience. And everybody can have their own perspective, that's fine. Put the dog through all that. Well, this is less than shaving it down. It's less time than shaving it down. It's less pulling on the skin than shaving it down. Unless, of course, you used a 10 blade, which by then you'd leave the dog completely naked. With her texture coat, she would be balded. So, no. Sorry, but no. So here, look. But again, this method doesn't work on certain types of mats. It doesn't work on certain dogs. Not a one size fits all at all. Good girl, Peaches. So when you walk into my shop and I say your dog has to be shaved, like, I'm not saying I'll see what I can do. If I say your dog has to be shaved, you can be assured I'm telling you the truth. Right? Because you guys who watch me all the time see me day after day after day doing what I can to save coats. So when I say it, of all groomers, it's like, yeah, it's gotta be shaved. And when a client starts boo-hooing and saying, but that's not what I want, I refuse service. Why? Because those are the clients that are gonna say, I specifically told them I didn't want this done, and they did it anyway. Those are the ones that are gonna leave you nasty reviews, be very unhappy clients. So as soon as they start boo-hooing and that's not what I want, I'm like, fine, I can refer you out. Not that I'm upset about it, not that you're upset about it, it's just I'm not your girl. So proud of you. Yeah. I'm proud of that puppy. Stick around your eyes first. There you go. Up.
still not a bad thing. If you're hearing that sound, what it's telling you is you're not finished yet. Doesn't mean you should stop because you hear the sound. It means you have to keep going until you don't hear the sound. And just like I often do with the comb, you notice when I'm hitting the Reiki sound with the brush, instead of brushing it out right now because she's sensitive, I'm just going in there and snipping it. Tail's a different story. I'll zoom you in on what's left on the tail. Split up the tail, we've got these pieces left, and with the pieces we're going to isolate them. 1, 2, 3, pick, pick, pick. 1, 2, 3. These are a little big to do the 1, 2, 3 slide, so it's more 1, 2, 3, pick, 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 until I break them down smaller. That's a big pin mat. But they're still just hanging on by a thread. You like this one here? And it comes. Because it's just a thread. This one. Once they get down to 2 or 3 hairs, this one would be a little tight to do that with, so if it's one hair, you can just slide it off. It's not like you're pulling it out. It's hanging on by a thread. And when you do that, it's releasing it from that thread. You're not pulling out the thread. You know what I mean? The dog would tell me if I was, for sure. That's the purpose of the 1, 2, 3 slide with the blending shears and thinning shears as well. You're taking that pin mat, you're giving it a couple more little swipes because it's probably hanging on by 3 or 4 hairs, and you're bringing it down to 1 or none and sliding it off of there. So all this time I've been using the wide tooth comb. It's time to switch. I'm going to round her feet and then I'm going to switch to the fine tooth comb.
This haircut will come out choppy and it won't have the flare on the legs and so on. What it will do is grow into a very nice trim very quickly. So by her next appointment, she's going to be looking like herself. And if she were shaved, it would take 3 months, a good 3 months to start getting there. With this, it gets back to normal very quickly. And you won't have all your company at Christmas saying, "What happened to your dog?" Or when you take them out for a walk around the neighborhood, "What happened?" They'll just see your dog being your dog. Alright, so now got the fine tooth comb, some anti-static spray, alright, big girl, she's almost done. Just start finishing her up. Remember that doodle I saved the coat on a while back? He hasn't been back. I did this whole thing with him. The whole scissor over comb. I thought he would be a regular customer, but I guess not. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. That really wild doodle puppy I did back in May never came back. I thought he would come back. They might have been so, I don't know. I live streamed it and he was a wild dog. They might not have liked seeing that. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. And if I was going to lose one, I guess that would be the one to lose. Because he was hard. Pretty little girly girl. Yes, you are. There's one other thing people might say on this. Oh, you're just doing that to charge them more to make more money. Nope, wrong there too. Because I don't plan to charge her 1 extra cent. Her price will be the same as always. It's the end of the day. I'm doing this, just finishing up my day. That's it. It's not putting me behind schedule. Up. Let's get your little collar. See how raggedy that tail looks. So one thing, this method does not work leaving more than a half an inch or more or so of hair. You can't say, oh, I'd like you to do that method, but leave me an inch and a half. No. It has to fall below the scissoring off of the mats. Has to fall where the comb lifts out to scissor it off. That's usually half an inch. Because the hair, if it's not based in mats, it will start to mat about this far off the head, off the skin. You'll have a space where you can get the comb through, and then it will start intertwining around and mat.
some dogs that don't have bathed in mats. Those that do, that felts and tightens right down on the skin. So that's why it's so different. I probably repeat myself a lot, but trying to bring home the point.
Well, while we are waiting on her to get picked up, I don't think there's any music playing right now. If there is, let me know in the chat. Doesn't look like there is. But I wanted to read to you what I've been talking about during the day. So, let me find it. Let's see. Here it is. So, this is from a groomer. This happened to her yesterday. And this is a very common thing that happens. So yesterday while I was streaming, you guys saw me working on several old dogs back to back, and you saw that the struggle is real with old dogs. And you can imagine it, say with Buddy, if I would have had to have shaved him as opposed to the style that I did on him, the struggle would have been even more real, right? So listen to these messages between a groomer and her client. The first one is, "Hi, checking with you to see if Riley has any openings in December for this dog and that dog." I'm not going to say their names. "I've been sick with pneumonia, and this dog is completely blind and doesn't hear at all. I wanted to ask about the price being the same if they're groomed or shaved. They were shaved the last time because they were matted, which cost the same as being groomed. I didn't understand why the price would be the same as grooming." The groomer says, "I can check her schedule. They were groomed both times, but with different haircuts. The same amount of time was spent. The same amount of gas, because it's a mobile groomer, as well as the same amount of products. We do not do a la carte." And then the client says, "That's okay, but so-and-so said she shaved the dogs, which only took a short time as compared to doing a grooming. The same amount of time was not the same as grooming. They were both shaved with the same shears, and the same shave definitely was not the same amount of time. We really like this groomer, but for someone that owns their own company and a client asks a question, you don't come back with an attitude or say how our," let me get to the next screen. That's not the right one. Hold on. "How our dogs were done when you were not here. You don't do a la carte. I don't deal with a response like I got from you. We will call someone else, so you don't need to look at her schedule." And the business owner responds, "I think my message may have come across wrong. I truly don't have an attitude and didn't mean any harm in my response. A full groom is a bath, blow dry, shaving paw pads, cleaning ears, removing ear hair, clipping nails, expressing anal glands, and the haircut of choice. I had the records pulled up to educate me on what the groomer did each time. If you have a moment, we can chat on the phone because texts are easily misunderstood. I'm very sorry that my message upset you." The pet parent responds, "You know, chatting with you, I'm also unavailable, but when my husband said that we really like this groomer, so I'm going to call and see if they have any openings. I say, okay. He tells me that you said I was disrespectful to you. You need to read my text and your response as to who is disrespectful. When a client can't ask a single question without a disrespectful, curt answer coming back at them, then that's bad business and poor management on your part. Why would I answer your phone calls when your response to me was from a person I figured out from your text? There was no misunderstanding. I understood you loud and clear. I worked in the corporate world for years, and if I ever came back with such a curt attitude, I would not have lasted. I never write reviews, but after your same attitude with my husband, I intend to. Have a very Merry Christmas. And the groomer replied, have a positive day on purpose. And I thought I had the review. The review was special. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Because she did leave her a review. And the groomer posted it. That's why I know. So let me see if I can find it. Hold on. We're still waiting for that dog to be picked up. So I got time. Let's go here. I might not be able to find it now. Ugh. Dang it, I thought I had that. It's probably on my phone and I didn't send it over to here. Anyway, you can imagine what her review was like. These things get buried pretty quick. Aha, here it is. See if I can find it. Here it is. Here's her review of the business. So as you can see, small business owners like groomers, most of us are very small operations and every review matters, right? The review she left is, I recommend the groomer any day as the groomer is a very professional person. I did learn that you don't ask the difference in prices for grooming and being shaved. Simple question, should have been a simple answer. When they are shaved, it takes a fraction of the time as being groomed. My answer from the owner was the same amount of time spent. Not true. The same amount of gas, as well as the same amount of products. Not true. The real kicker was, all in capital letters, we don't do a la carte. She said that they were both groomed, but with different haircuts. So wrong. She wasn't here. They were both shaved, which only took 20 minutes per dog. Disrespectful and curt for a simple question. I said we will go somewhere else. My husband said since one of our miniature schnauzers is blind and deaf, that he wanted to call this groomer back again because the girls really like this groomer. He talked with this groomer, or with the owner of the business, and she went off on me being disrespectful because I did not respond to her phone calls and that her text was a misunderstanding. I understand perfectly. No a la carte. Plus, she wanted to tell me what my dogs had done when we were here with the groomer, who brought each one in and said I had to shave them, not groom them. This review will probably get trashed. So, again, let me go back to the groomer's response. Let's see. I can check her schedule. They were groomed both times, but with different haircuts. The same amount of time was spent, the same amount of gas, as well as the same amount of products. We don't do a la carte. So maybe the a la carte thing set this person off, but in all fairness, you guys watched me do 3 senior dogs who were blind and going deaf yesterday, or one was deaf and one going deaf. You saw how hard it is. You saw me shave down a dog today. Same amount of products, same amount of time as the following dog who was fluffy, somewhat fluffy, right? And the reason why I bring this up is because it breaks my heart when these people don't have an understanding of this business. They don't understand what's involved, and they trash us online, right? They trash us. And it's so wrong. It's just so wrong. You know, groomers aren't lazy when they shave your dogs. Grooming is not an easy profession, and that's why I like live streaming as much as it's not perfect for you guys. You know, I mean, I try, but you can see I'm running my fanny off in here. I can't pay attention to every little button on the streaming app, you know, but, you know, grooming is not easy, right? So anyway, I just wanted to share that interaction between that groomer and her client, you know, and like I said, you know, I've given refunds on 3 dogs this month because I didn't want them back as clients because they had no clear understanding. And it wasn't even, I was proud of my work. And just like on Peaches here, it doesn't look perfect, but I'm proud of that. I did good because I saved her hair. On one of the doodles that I gave them back their money on, I had to chunk out mats. I had to brush out mats. I hand scissored their doodle. And they didn't like the fact that I cut some mats out on the inside of the legs and that the haircut wasn't perfect. So I'm like, here, take your money, go find another groomer and have it fixed, right? Because I don't want them back as a client, because I don't want to feel the stress of dematting your dog and hand scissoring your dog for you to fuss about it like that. I don't know if you can see her right now. Let me turn the camera. Maybe she'll keep doing it. Oh, she came down. Let's see if she'll do it again. She sits up like a little meerkat, especially when she wants something. She's so cute. All right, well, I'm going to go put some laundry in. I'm going to put the music back on for you guys. I will stop, like, I found it faster to just turn the music on and say I'll be right back when I have a client come in, but I'll stop doing that because that's gotten me in trouble in the last couple days. So I will just, I'll find a different way to make this work. So anyway, I'll be back when Peaches gets picked up.
Well, I guess it's gonna be a while. Might as well go ahead and make bows. Bow making time. Let's see what we got scheduled for tomorrow. So we're starting our day with the show Yorkie puppy. Her name is Maya. Let's see what I got in here. think I'll do one of these for Maya. And she comes in at 9 o'clock. So I will not be streaming before 9 tomorrow. That's Eastern Standard Time, AM. After Maya, we have Sprinkles. She is a senior, over 16 years old. We'll do a pom-pom collar for her, and I've already got one made. After that is Burmy. Burmy's like a schnoodle. And we can do a pom-pom collar for her, and we've got one already made. After that is BB. He is a shave down beaver terrier. So that would be an interesting comparison to stay on the same note as today. Let's time, and I'll use the countdown timer if I remember. Let's time, because it'll show it right on the screen. The show Yorkie, puppy's first groom, 5 months old, so it'll be at least the same size dog as the beaver terrier who gets shaved. Let's see if I can do a show dog on its very first groom in the same amount of time as I do a shave down. Or if I can do it, if the shave down takes less time. Let's check that out tomorrow. I'm sorry. It didn't happen to me, but I'm a little defensive of this Groomer because that was crap, right? All right, so BB's going to need a Santa hat bandana, and his is already made. So then there is Maggie and Juliet, 2 Moyen-sized poodles. They're pretty good size. They're like short-legged standards, basically. Or at least one is. One's like a way oversized toy or miniature, and the other one's like an undersized standard, basically. And she really likes them to look poodly. That's like her big thing. So, what we're going to do with them is give them ear bows. So, what we're going to do, I've got a headache. Since they're good size poodles, we're going to start off with this size ribbon. Because they've got big ears, and these are going to be so pretty on them. And they, last time, were very, very difficult to work on. One of them was so difficult, she broke 2 of my harnesses. But the pet parent was rushing. Both me and Becky were working on them, and they were rushing us like bad. They returned every 30 minutes throughout the entire appointment, which took hours. So that was adding a lot of stress to the whole situation. So hopefully they'll do better. Peaches' mom's here. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Do I have any wide green ribbon? I don't think I do. Probably not. So we'll do them both in red and then do different centerpieces. So I gave the pet parent tomorrow a heads up to expect her dogs to be here for 5 hours. That way, she knows what to expect. And I told her, you know, that I refuse to be rushed because I need to work their dogs out of the behavioral issues that they're having. I've only done them once. After I finish this, I am leaving. Now, I need this. So when I make ear bows for dogs with really long ears, I give them tails. And this is how I do it. I'm going to put a dot of glue right in there, just to hold it in the right shape. I'm going to scissor off an angle on each side. Bump it with the lighter so it doesn't fray. And then I'm going to glue it on the back of the bow. Like so. Do the next one. We want all the tails to be kind of equal. Actually, when I cut it off, if I do it at an angle there, comes out just right. Except it doesn't look even, so I won't do that next time. Used to work. Maybe I did it different. I think I know what I did wrong. I was so pleased with that demonstration I was giving until I realized I screwed the whole thing up. Man, that stinks. I hate it when stuff like that happens. But it is what it is. Ain't no changing it.
I was like, man, this is going really good. Oh well. Alright, now I'm going to flip them all over. Why are you coming apart? Stay together. This one and this one. So now I'm going to cut 4 little pieces. A 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. Bump each side. The lighter. Come back. Put a band over it. When I make these kind of bows, I put the band up towards the top of the bow so it will sit right on the ear. If you put it too low, it's not going to work. So you need the band like almost to the top. Repeat this on all 4 bows. And you know, I think that interaction between the groomer and the client, I think one of the things that got me on that is the reaction to the reply. And in the thread where I found this information, other groomers were saying, yeah, you were rude. Your response should have been better thought out. Your response should have been written more eloquently and, you know, just really well done. And that got me because I'm so busy that my responses are typically quick. And that can be interpreted as a curt response or a rude response. Like if somebody says, hey, can I bring my dog in today? I say, yes, we have an appointment at 1. Because how much time it takes to type it, you know? It's like, I don't have time to sit there and say, hi, so-and-so, thank you so much for contacting us. We would love to see so-and-so today. We have this time available, and if that doesn't work for you, we can find something on this day or that day. You know, that takes a lot of typing. So, you know, I can have some prepared responses that I can copy and paste. But even copying and pasting them means you've got to go over here to this folder, copy it, go over here, paste it, fill in the person's name, fill in the dog's name, fill in the dates. And I'm like, I don't have time for that. So it's like, it saddens me that I can't just answer the question without it coming across wrong. and how it's interpreted, not only by, people, but by professionals as well. It's like, really? Okay, I'll try harder. You know what I'm saying? Especially like, say I get done with the end of the day here, like today, right? I'm making tomorrow's bows. I'm doing the laundry. I am disinfecting everything and returning calls, returning messages, returning emails, and booking appointments and dealing with people shifting appointments, which is fine. But even then, when I'm done at the end of the day and I am doing my best to take care of all these duties, my answers still might be short. Not because I don't care, it's because I have to get to the next one. And I wish I could afford to have somebody to sit and do all that for me. I really do. But I can't. Because if I did, I would have to go up $20 a dog. That's a lot of money to cover the employee's hourly rate and their insurance and their paid time off. Right? All right, so here are the bows. They're the same but different for the two girls. And that's going to do it for today. I'm going to get my messages returned and see if I can get to run my errand before they close. So, anyway, I will see you guys 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow with Maya the Show Yorkie. Have a good night. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry eye groom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. We have a large monitor that can be seen right from the front desk, where you can see each workstation, giving you peace of mind with our complete transparency. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. We have a kennel-free room for pets who prefer the comforts of home. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath. We also have an electric lift tub for the bigger dogs, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area, along with the professional bathers station. We have a well-stocked room with supplies for creating cute bows and bandanas in-house, and a comfortable break room for our employees. Schedule a makeover for your pets today.